stream underway. Okay. And we're live.
Good morning. Let's ground into our space. Starting with deep breathing into our body, specifically in the heart. Creating our resonant field, our coherence. Just breathing into the heart for now. Feel free to make sounds out loud when you exhale. Dropping any tension that you may hold in the body. Just really relaxing into your body while you breathe. Now let's focus on breathing into our feet. Calling in our divine presence, our highest self, in, through, and around us. Merging with our highest consciousness. And seeing now from our feet, growing deep golden roots into the core of the earth. Until we reach the golden core of Mother Gaia. Anchoring into the new earth timeline, the new earth golden grid. Thanking Mother Gaia for her support, for her grounding presence, for her care, for her love, for her nourishment, and for filling us with what serves our greatest and highest good today. And by inhaling, we're drawing it all up from the roots into our physical body, into our heart. And from there, we expand it out into our body, into our field. And just seeing your entire physical body and your field around you light up like a golden ball, like a golden big light. Now, as we have connected with the earth, we're going to connect to Source above, God, Goddess, Source, Infinite Divine Intelligence, the universe, whatever you choose, or just your own highest divine presence. Seeing now from our heads this golden pillar of light reach up like a laser beam to the great sun, the great central sun, our divine home, divine mother, father, oneness, all that is. And thanking it for also filling and blessing our body, our lives, our being, our presence in this now with the highest divine source light, golden, white, purest, source light streaming down into our head and the rest of our body, merging fully with the divine presence. Seeing your entire body once again, being filled up and expanded in gold and golden light, looking like a sun yourself right now. And with every breath we take, we're drawing the light from above and from below into our field, into our body. We're collecting it in the heart. And we let it stream outwards, northeast, southwest. And by doing this, we are expanding now the resonant field in, through, and around us. We're just expanding that golden resonant field, our presence in, through, and around us, like a golden sun that just gets brighter and brighter, brighter. And we're claiming our field as sacred, sovereign, powerful, wholly whole and wholly healed, coherent, and impenetrable to any and all energies that don't serve, to any and all illusions, grounding us in our highest divine presence, and grounding us in our Dharma, in our ascension path. And so it is. You can take a few more deep breaths, and whenever you're ready, open your eyes again. Fully present back here. ready.
Oh, thank you. All right. So today I wanted to show you something. We already know what we have to do today. We have to finish recording the long forms. Let me just let me screen share this to you so that we have this over here and we know what we're working on. Okay. So like we left off with last time, we already talked about like all this stuff basically. We already know our game plan. We already know what we're doing. And I already mentioned like, okay, we got to finish up the A roll. We got to generate supporting images per video. Okay. We already know what we're trying to do here and where we're trying to go. Okay. And we're going to edit the thing in bulk and we're going to upload in bulk. Okay. But today, the proof of work for today, our receipt for today is an official reboot for the life purpose of a shaman. So we're going to make sure that we have that. Now, to illustrate this, ironically enough, this morning I was on YouTube and I happened to see this video. And I want whoever is watching, shout out to whoever is watching. I want you guys to watch this because if your intention is to build a personal brand, fulfill your purpose or whatever, when you're doing the process of fulfilling your purpose, I do believe that you should treat it as like building yourself into a personal brand so that it scales with you over time. And to understand this, I think this is the most accurate description. And ironically enough, this kind of showcases what I'm talking about, right? So like, where are we right now and where are we trying to go in the future? So I'm going to play this for us. It's 16 minutes and just take it in. Just really take this in and understand like what it is I'm saying here and how this video like articulates that. Okay. All right.
Level 1. The Nobody. You upload your first video on a Tuesday, and by Friday it has 11 views and 4 of them are you. You filmed it on your phone in your bedroom with a ring light you bought for $37 that makes you look like you're being interrogated by a very enthusiastic police department. The audio sounds like you recorded it inside a sock. The thumbnail is a screenshot from the video itself because you did not yet understand that the thumbnail is the most important frame in the entire video and that the algorithm does not care about your content nearly as much as it cares about whether a stranger clicks on a rectangle in 4 seconds or scrolls past it forever. You spend 45 minutes filming and 5 hours editing because you have never edited video before and every cut feels like surgery on your own face. You watch the whole thing back and you sound weird and you look weird and everything about it feels like it was made by someone who does not know what they are doing because it was. You post it anyway. You have decided to become a YouTuber. Your friends think this is adorable. Your parents think this is a phase. The YouTube algorithm thinks you do not exist yet. They are all correct. You watch tutorials, you study thumbnails, you learn the words CPM and CTR and watch time retention, and you start to understand that YouTube is not a creative platform with a business layer on top. It is a business platform with a creative layer on top. The algorithm is an engine that runs on attention, and your job is to produce content that captures attention and holds it and converts it into the numbers that the algorithm rewards. And if you do not understand that, you will make beautiful videos that nobody watches. And if you understand it too well, you will make ugly videos that everyone watches, and neither outcome is the one you are actually after. The outcome you are actually after takes longer than you think. Many small creators spend months or even years building audiences before generating meaningful income. Some never reach monetization at all. You need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time to even apply for monetization. You look at your dashboard, you have 43 subscribers. You've been posting for 3 months. At this rate, basic math tells you something discouraging that you choose to ignore. You post again. You study the videos that perform. You're not trying to copy them, you're trying to understand the grammar of what works. Why does this video get clicked and this one doesn't? Why does this one hold attention through the whole runtime and this one loses people at 2 minutes and 14 seconds every single time? You watch your own analytics like a doctor reading test results. The numbers are mostly bad. You look for the one number that isn't bad and you build from there. Your 9th video does something different. It doesn't go viral, it gets 800 views, which for you is extraordinary. You post more videos like it, not the same video, the same principle, the same specific thing that made the 800 people stay. Something clicks, not on the algorithm, in you. You understand something about your own content that you didn't understand before, and the understanding is not transferable because it belongs to your specific channel and your specific audience and your version of whatever this thing is that you are making. You hit 1,000 subscribers. You do not celebrate as long as you expected because you are already thinking about the next 1,000. Level 2, the grinder. You are monetized. Your first month generates roughly $19. Supportive. $19 for a month of filming and editing and thumbnails and titles and research and posting and responding to comments. You make a screenshot of the $19 payment anyway because it is real money from YouTube, and the fact that it exists means the model works, even if the scale currently does not. You are posting consistently now, not when inspiration arrives, on a schedule. Because you have learned the hardest lesson of the creator economy, which is that inspiration is a luxury that established channels can afford and that you cannot, because the algorithm rewards consistency over quality at your level, and the creators who post imperfect videos every week beat the creators who post perfect videos every 3 months, and the data is not ambiguous about this. You have 10,000 subscribers. You have 20,000. The growth is real, but it is slow. And slow growth is genuinely difficult, because slow growth means you are doing the work of a content creator, the filming and the editing and the strategy and the research and the thumbnail design and the SEO and the community management, while making the money of someone who has a very small hobby. You have a full-time job. You edit videos at 10 at night and on Saturday mornings and on Sunday afternoons and on any hour the job doesn't own. You have dark circles under your eyes that have become structural rather than occasional. Your friends invite you to things and you go to some of them and cancel the rest because you had a video planned for this weekend and the video does not cancel. Your family is supportive in the specific way that family is supportive of something they don't fully believe in. They share your videos, they tell their friends. They also, quietly, hope you are keeping the skills on your resume current. The sponsorships start appearing. Small ones. A VPN, a meal kit, a productivity app. AdSense is the foundation of YouTube income. It is also the most misunderstood part of YouTube monetization. You understand this now because your ad revenue is real but modest, and the sponsorship email from the VPN company is offering you 3 times your monthly AdSense for a 60-second integration. You take it. You feel slightly strange about it for 1 day, and then you look at your bank balance and you stop feeling strange. You are learning to make content that is both genuinely good and genuinely optimized, and the tension between those two things is the central creative problem of the YouTube career. Pure optimization produces content that performs well and means nothing. Pure creativity produces content that means everything and that nobody clicks on. The channel that lasts is the one that finds the specific version of both that belongs to it. You were still finding yours, but you were closer than you were. Level 3. The breakthrough. Something happens. It doesn't announce itself. You post a video and it does what your videos do now. A solid opener, good retention, your audience watches most of it, and then something in the algorithm decides that this specific video belongs in front of people who don't follow you yet. The click-through rate on the suggested feed is higher than normal. The watch time is holding. New viewers are subscribing at the end. The video crosses 100,000 views, then 200,000. You watch the subscriber counter in real time for the first time since the early days. 1,000 subscribers in a single day, 2,000 the next. Your analytics look like someone else's channel. You are going through what the creator community calls a breakthrough. And what it actually is the algorithm's discovery that your content has a larger potential audience than your current subscriber base, and its decision to test that hypothesis by distributing your video more broadly, and the hypothesis turning out to be correct. You hit 100,000 subscribers. YouTube sends you a silver play button in a black cardboard box, and you hold it, and you feel something that is difficult to describe. Not quite achievement, more like confirmation. Confirmation that the years of the $19 months and the 10-at-night edit sessions and the videos that got 40 views and the friends who didn't come back from the events you canceled to make content. Confirmation that all of it was not a delusion. It was a process. The channel is your full-time job now. Not comfortably. Not yet. But you left the other job 3 months ago with a runway that felt terrifying and a bet that turned out to be correct, and you are now a full-time content creator, which means you now face a completely different set of problems than the ones you had before. Before, the problem was building the audience. Now the problem is keeping it. An audience that found you through one video has expectations based on that video. If you change direction, the algorithm does not automatically follow you. If you stay in the same lane forever, you get bored, and boredom produces worse content. The creative constraint of making content your audience loves while also making content you are genuinely interested in making is the problem you will spend the rest of your career trying to solve. Only 9% of independent creators reported earning over $100,000 last year. You are in the 9% now. You are also spending more than you expected, because good content costs money. Equipment, software, research, travel sometimes, a video editor because you cannot keep doing everything yourself and grow simultaneously. Your revenue is real, and your expenses are real, and the gap between them is income, and the income fluctuates more than any salary you have ever received. December is great because Q4 delivers the highest CPMs. January is brutal because it doesn't. You learn to budget across the year rather than month to month. You learn that a YouTuber's financial life is closer to a small business owner's than an employee's. You own the asset. The asset requires maintenance. The maintenance never stops. Level 4, the brand. 5 years in, maybe 6, you have 500,000 subscribers, 1 million. The number is almost beside the point now because you have learned something that the subscriber count cannot capture. The difference between an audience that follows you and an audience that trusts you is the difference between a channel and a brand. A brand means that when you recommend something, people buy it. When you launch something, people show up. When you post something, people share it. Not because the algorithm showed it to them, but because they wanted the people they know to see it. You have built something that has its own gravity. The economics at this level are completely different from every previous level. Creators at the 1 million subscriber level can earn $10,000 per month from AdSense alone. That figure represents only ad revenue, not total YouTube creator earnings. Your total earnings include sponsorships that pay significantly more than AdSense. They include a merchandise line, a course maybe, an affiliate structure. Some creators at this level have launched entire companies off the back of audience trust. You have a team now, a video editor, a thumbnail designer, a social media manager, maybe a business manager. You are no longer a person who makes videos. You are a person who runs a media company that produces videos, and the distinction matters, because running a company requires a completely different set of skills than making content, and you developed one of those skill sets over 6 years, and the other one you are developing in real time under pressure while also trying to make the videos. The burnout conversation is real at this level. The algorithm requires volume, your audience requires quality, your sponsors require deliverables on schedule, your team requires leadership, your own creative energy requires replenishment, and the replenishment is hard to find when the content is your job and your identity, and your primary social environment simultaneously. The creators who do not address this equation eventually produce a video that starts with the phrase, "I need to talk to you guys," and the comments fill with people saying they knew something was wrong and that they support whatever decision you need to make. You do not want to make that video. You learn boundaries the hard way. You learn that the creator who posts less but rests enough consistently outperforms the creator who posts everything and burns out every 18 months. You learn that your audience would rather have you functional and occasional than brilliant and destroyed. You are a business. You manage accordingly. Level 5, the institution. You didn't plan for this. You planned to make videos. You planned to grow. You planned, maybe, to build something real. You did not plan to become the kind of channel that gets referenced in other channels' origin stories, the kind of channel that journalists quote when they write about the creator economy, the kind of channel that has its own Wikipedia page that you are not allowed to edit. Mr. Beast, Jimmy Donaldson, stands out as the most popular YouTuber globally with over 234 million subscribers and an estimated net worth of $500 million. You are not Mr. Beast. Most people at this level are not Mr. Beast. But you understand now what Mr. Beast understood earlier than almost everyone, that YouTube at the top level is not a content platform. It is a distribution platform for whatever you actually want to build. The videos are the front door. Behind the front door is everything else. You have built the everything else. It looks different for every creator at this level because it is the product of a specific audience's specific trust in a specific person. And that combination is not replicable. Your version of it is yours. It generates revenue that would have seemed impossible to the person filming in a ring-lit bedroom with 11 views and 4 of them being themselves. But here is what nobody tells you about level 5. The pressure does not reduce. It compounds. More subscribers means more people whose expectations you are managing. More revenue means more overhead. More visibility means more scrutiny. Every video you post is now reviewed not just by fans, but by critics who have built entire channels around reviewing yours. Every opinion you express is now a public statement with a documented record. The parasocial relationship between you and your audience, the feeling they have that they know you, that you are friends, that your life is something they are a part of, is the foundation of everything you have built, and it is also the most demanding relationship you have ever maintained. You made a video 7 years ago that does not reflect who you are now. It is still up. It will always be up. The internet is not a draft. You have learned to live with this. You post a video today, the notification goes to 8 million people. Some of them have been watching you since the bedroom with the ring light. They remember the video with 11 views. They were 4 of those views. They have watched you grow in the specific way that people watch something they were present at the beginning of, with ownership, with pride, with the occasional comment that says, "I was here before you were big," and you read every single one of them, even now. Especially now. Because level 5 is not really about the numbers. Level 5 is about what happens when you build something that outlasts the algorithm's opinion of it. When the community you created becomes self-sustaining. When the videos you made in years 2 and 3, the ones that got decent numbers and nothing more, turn out to be the ones that changed someone's life in a way they email you about 9 years later. You cannot manufacture that. You can only show up, make the thing, post it, come back tomorrow.
So this is kind of what I've been saying, but obviously we're nowhere near level 4 and level 5. To get to level 4 and level 5 and even level 3, well, that's the thing. On the Life Purpose YouTube channel, we were at level 3, right? So we quickly went from level 1 to level 3, right? But that was in a specific niche. Now, the key here is to stay in level 3 with the content that we're going to produce for today. And at some point, we get to level 4. We get to level 4 only by building trust. We get to level 4 only by showing up week in and week out and making sure that we show our face, we show up. That means no time off. Okay? That's going to be the thing. To do this over a period of time, even when you don't get the ROI, you're not getting anything for it. And so I've been through these phases with different, at different stages of my life with different YouTube channels, right? In the beginning, I was like level 1, and then I was stuck at level 1. And then with this channel, the life purpose of, it's now at 14.9K. So we lost subscribers, but we're at this stage, like I know what's gonna not work for the most part and what's gonna work. And it really comes down to just like studying like what is going on in the content world. Like you can take time off, but then if you go back, right, a few years later, it's not gonna be the same game, right? It's not gonna be the same game as it was 5-6 years ago. So the content we're seeing today could be, and the content that I produced 5-6 years ago could not be the same, hold the same value as it does today, especially because of the AI thing. But this is also where I say too, this is where I think live streaming plays a really big hand in what we're doing, because we can do like, do your purpose with us kind of stuff, like working your purpose with us. So anyway, that's where we are. A good point about the video too was, again, the mentality, the mindset. We're not making content. We're not just making videos. We are building a media company. And YouTube is our client. And what YouTube's problem is that they need attention. They need people on the platform. And our job is to supply our client YouTube, and we get paid in distribution. Okay, so we get paid in reach. Okay, so we're already getting paid, but it's a different kind of paid. Does that make sense? And in order for us to continue to get bigger paychecks, we have to create content that people want to watch. Okay? And then we get rewarded. Our paycheck or our revenue from our client YouTube is basically going to be in the form of subscribers, views, distribution, right? Because YouTube is the second largest search engine in the entire world, behind Google. I don't know if that's changing right now. I would imagine so with AI. So we have to really think about, like, how do we stay in our lane? We have to figure out our lane and then make sure that the audience matches to that lane, that matches to what we're trying to do. So this is all the moving parts to it. And it can be a process. It can be a process. So, don't expect for this series to have the same result as the life purpose of a shaman, right? That was 7 years, 50,000 views. We could post up a remake and it could do nothing. It can be a flop. It could do the same thing too, like, I don't know. We're going to have to just play around with it and see. But we are going to stick to this lane for the next coming months. And what we're going to do, like I said, is we're going to create the long forms. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to produce the long forms we're going to publish it bi-weekly, so that we have like a good, like 4 months of, like a good 4 or 5 months of content. Okay. So that we can actually like look at this in a quarterly or bi-quarterly or biannually phase, look at everything that happened, and then adjust ship for the next quarter or the next 6 months or whatever. So that's going to be our content plan, unless you have anything different. But I would imagine that this would be it. If we talk about like streaming, even, I just found like another streamer that is like on a meteoric rise. His name is Marlon, and him and I Show Speed, they're for a much younger crowd. Last night I was studying and I was watching Jenny Hoyos. She's again in that 20 to 25 year old age bracket. And so I don't even know if that's Gen Z. I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't even know if that's Gen Z or not or whatever. But that's a different era. That's a different, generation of people with different beliefs and different thoughts and different ways of communicating, right? So, like, I've had to really watch some of these streams to really understand, like, what the hell are they saying? Because they're talking about peak, ratio, W's, L's. And I'm like, whoa, like, I don't know any of that, right? So I had to really understand the slang and the lingo behind it. So streaming has its own culture, especially for the younger crowd. And so we have to find our lane, basically, is what I'm saying. So our lane may not be I Show Speed, where we're super high energy and whatever. Our lane may not be a Marlin, where it's more like, a chill, hangout kind of vibe, or IRL, in real life streaming. So our field is accountability, I believe. And our field is helping other people do the work for their purpose. Okay. And we're using the long forms as the entryway, the front door, like the video was saying. We're using that as the front door to get people to understand, like, oh, we help people. This company, this brand helps people with their purpose. That's our front door. Okay. And we post up with a whole bunch of shorts. And I remember a couple of months ago, last year, I was talking about having a disarming energy. And I think what that means to me is coming from, like, a very good, sincere intent, and also using humor, using using a lot more lightheartedness, basically, I think is how you develop that disarming energy. Obviously, we're not going to be anytime soon, I think, unless we have outliers, unless we can repeat the same thing that we did before when I had the channel as my Gabriel Inspires brand. But otherwise, I would imagine that we're going to be at this process for about 36 months before we actually, like, really monetize it. And again, we can go much faster if we are very aggressive about using shorts, and we figure out, again, the shorts thing. And that's another layer to this. And with the streaming thing, there's another layer to that too. Let me actually put up the chat here in this one, just in case anyone has a comment in the chat. Let's see what we got here. Nope. Nothing in the chat. Okay. Yep. Okay. Cool. All right. So here we are. Today, we're going to finish up the 3 long form videos. If you have the capacity for that, I know that this is the final week for the pregnancy. So if you don't have the capacity, we can end. Otherwise, we're going to do our best to do the 3 videos. And we have to talk about a plan, like, when Regis is here. But I would imagine that, Regis could still be here.
Yeah.
And we can still create content.
Of course.
Because we've already recorded a lot of the A-roll. And it's just now about editing and...
Yeah, he's going to be here.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So now let me set us up here. Any questions about what I just said?
No.
All right. So let me now set you up.
All right. We have 3 more pieces for me to record.
Yeah. 3 more pieces. And I'm going to move some of this stuff out the way so that it's organized and clean for you. And let's also... Yeah, okay. So let's go to Notion here. And let's go to SOC Production Hub. Okay. And this is how we do our content production system right here. So we've already recorded the light purpose of a shaman, healer, light worker, intuitive, mystic, New Earth Starseed, Spiritual Entrepreneur. Now we have Conscious Creator, right?
Yeah, just a comment. Starting with the life purpose of the New Earth Starseeds, I know that 2 live streams ago, we had given the AI my own inputs, and pretty much none of my inputs were in the actual script. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, but you see, that's the thing too. That's also why you have to read over. That's why I told you to read over it, because if you read over it and you find that it's not, then you have to, again, tell the AI, hey, you did not incorporate any of my points. You got to do it again to incorporate my points. If that's the case, then we would have to re-record your thing if you want it incorporated.
So the script, I found it to be extremely just superficial. I don't know if I'm coming from perfectionism, but it did not include anything of the raw idea, in my opinion.
You gotta decide what you want to do now.
Which ones am I going to record today?
Conscious Creator,
These
New
ones.
Earth Builder, yes. And then we have to go to editing, and editing could take time.
Okay.
What I would say is that if anything, create on the next batch, you can create your updates, or if you really, really, really want to do that now, do that now, do the redo of it now. But just keep in mind that probably what AI did was it researched what all the data that it could find on the newer star seeds, and so maybe what you had said is not congruent with what it had researched. That's the only conclusion that I could make.
Well, a lot of the scripts, maybe I'm too critical with this, but a lot of the scripts are basically saying the same thing, whether it is about a spiritual entrepreneur or a healer or a mystic. It's repeated scripts, I find. A mystic is here to guide people back to balance. A shaman is here to guide people back to balance. And I found myself to just repeat the same thing over and over again.
So then again, that's why I told you to read over every script.
Yeah.
I told you to do that work. Again, that's operator work. And my job was to make sure that we got the template and the system and the structure.
Yeah.
And again, here's the thing, what you put into this is what you're going to get out of it.
Yeah.
So if you're just thinking, let's just, whatever, I told you, like, hey, I did my best to make sure that the templates are good or whatever, I've been through this and it produces its result. You got to ask yourself, are you willing to do the extra work?
Yeah. So what comes to me is, I either record today the remaining videos, 3 or 4 videos, and put it out there. And what I can do is, moving forward, I can go over the scripts, edit it, and perhaps in the next weeks, I'll do a redo.
No, again, that's a perfectionist thing. You're already putting it out there. That's it. Now you got to move on to the next topic.
Okay, well then I'm just gonna improvise as much as possible and go from there.
What I would say is, if it really is that much of an issue for you, if you notice is that like repetitive, then
maybe it's just me. Maybe you have a different.
Well, the thing that you have to understand, is that in many regards, yes, it is repetitive. Everything has a purpose is what it's the entire idea here. But what exactly is the purpose is dependent on different factors. So like the video said your channel is unique to you. You have the blueprint to the channel. You know exactly how it works in that specific model. We are batch creating content to schedule for the next 4 or 5 months. Okay. That's why we're doing 10 videos at a time and we're uploading it every 2 weeks. That gives us enough time to look at what the previous video did, create shorts, a whole bunch of, I told you 100 shorts per long form. You could, and again, we couldn't even do 1 million shorts per long form. We could do it, but for me, it's 100 shorts per long form. We're going to be looking to do 100 long forms for this one playlist series, and then we expand from there. So this could take some time, right? And you are recording it, and it feels repetitive to you. But again, I told you from last week, because you mentioned something about like, and I know I do this too for a reason. I repeat the same thing over and over again. Do you know why? Because if someone is watching us for the very first time cold, they're probably not going to look through all the library of content, number one. Number two is, even if they did, to actually keep someone's attention to understand the entire backstory, they probably wouldn't understand all the entire backstory, right? So when you are creating these videos, it sounds repetitive to you. But imagine from the place of someone that has never seen you before, has no idea that there's a lifepurpose.com.
That may be very different.
It's a very different thing. And they're and in the maybe they only watch one video.
Yeah, and also what comes to me right now is from what I have seen from creators and brands that I follow personally and that I have worked with. The gist of it is that they do have the same message over and over again.
It's just packaged just slightly differently.
Yes.
Gary Vaynerchuk.
So maybe that's just something that I need to change my perception on or something.
Like if you look at Mr. Beast, this is actually a really good teaching moment right here. If you look at Mr. Beast, look. For quite some time, he's been doing what? He has been doing these survive 30 days on an island, win, etc. He's doing all these challenges. There's a whole bunch of challenge videos for quite some time, okay? When he first started out his content, what did he do? He did a whole bunch of Minecraft gaming, okay? So look at him and look at how he evolved. He was playing Pokemon and he was streaming his Pokemon stuff. Then he was doing all these other games, Minecraft, Pokemon, whatever. And it was not him showing his face. It was just him with commentary. Mm-hmm. He was doing this for years. Okay? So here's what I'm saying with this. Even the most diehard Mr. Beast fan, ask yourself this question. Is even the most diehard Mr. Beast fan going to go back and watch every single video from beginning to end? I unless you have all that time in your life to do that, I could not imagine someone actually taking the time to watch every single video. So yes, maybe some people watch like a handful of videos, but to watch every single video. And look, there's one of him saying PewDiePie 100,000 times, and that's 11 hours. Yes, this is the first video that I saw of Mr. Beast where I started to pay attention to him because he was helping PewDiePie outbeat T-Series a few years ago.
In this video, I will say PewDiePie 100,000 times
7 years ago
to stop bucket tides of the war.
PewDiePie.
In this video, I will say PewDiePie 100,000 times to stop T-Series.
PewDiePie.
Okay, so he literally does this. He literally does this 100,000 times.
Why?
He just told you to stop T-Series. Because at that time, the thing was T-Series was outbeating PewDiePie. PewDiePie was the #1 YouTuber at the time. He had the most subscribers. And then T-Series said T-Series was catching up. T-Series eventually won, but then eventually Mr. Beast just like dominated everything. And it was because of those things. So what I'm saying with this is this guy went from faceless content quite some time ago, 12, 14 years ago, to doing the PewDiePie challenge, to doing all these like challenges, right? That PewDiePie video, like I said, is 11 hours. I don't even know if you're unless you're a super like obsessed with Mr. Beast, you probably would watch every single video. But we have to be really honest with ourselves. Are we there where people are going to watch every single minute of every single video? Or would it be even better to say, hey, look, let's just be really honest. The script was generated with AI. Why? Because we know that in this era, in this AI era, content is no longer special. Creating content, putting your face on camera is no longer a big deal. Let's just be really honest with ourselves here about this. We already know the expectations and the realities and what could be a possibility. So what is it that you need to be doing here? It's not about creating the perfect piece of content. It's about getting your face out there enough times for people to resonate with your message, and then you attract them to your offer. That's what I personally think. This is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm observing. So getting back to what you're saying here, I hear you. I just think that for this channel even, am I going to go and watch this video? No, it has nothing to do with me. Your life as every level of a Secret Service agent, no, has zero to do with me. So I'm not going to watch that video. I'm never going to watch that video. Even if I like this video, which I did. I take the time to watch it twice now, 16 minutes. Okay? This person has, I don't know how many videos.
Yeah, let's just record. I'm going to finish recording it today. And I'm going to improv just like I did last time.
Yeah. Just look at this for a second, though. Look at this for a second and really think about this. This channel is producing this kind of content right over here, right? Your life is every level of da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Your life as a soldier, your life as a SWAT officer. Okay, I will never watch any of those videos because it has nothing of interest. It's not of interest to me. This is the only video that was of interest to me. That's it, because we're doing YouTube, right? And I just thought that was interesting. But otherwise, I would not watch it, unfortunately, right? Now, if the person made more videos about like YouTube or Instagram or TikTok, then I may watch it because this would be more interesting. But otherwise, I have no interest, right? So what I'm saying here is with these videos, there may be someone that watches one of the video and they watch the entire video and then they'll never watch another video again.
Yeah.
There may be someone that watches one video and then subscribes, but never watches another video again. There may be a couple of people that watch the entire playlist and then they are like, oh, this is all similar. Okay, so it's like, okay, there's a different purpose. Okay, fine. And then they may never watch another video. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
So what I would say and what I think would...
It's just like watching the weather forecast. People still watch the weather forecast.
Exactly, because it's still the same thing, right? Today is going to be sunny and cloudy. Okay. Today is going to be rainy.
And
okay.
then it's sunny. And then it snows.
Yeah.
People still watch it.
People still watch it. Just like with the streaming stuff, with I Show Speed. He travels the world. Great. He's got a large crowd of people. He does unpredictable stuff. Okay, great. But that's still a pattern, though. That's still a pattern. You're expecting it to be unpredictable.
Yeah.
Same thing with anyone that's streaming. So even still, this one, even if there was 1,000 people watching right now and with us on this live stream right now, it would still be the same pattern of us. Okay, what are we going to do today? This is what we're going to do today. This is what we're going to ship today. This is how we do it. This is the entire process. They're watching behind the scenes, how we produce everything. This is how it all comes together. Done.
Let's go.
Okay. So again, but that's not to discredit what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. just understand too that the more that you're trying to rewrite the script, that's again time. We only have 4 hours. We're ready now at 3 hours. We got to record, we got to edit. Okay. And it's not just about, oh, that sounds repetitive thing. No, remember, even still with your offer, it's going to be repetitive. It's going to be the same. You're not going to, once you have your secret sauce, once you find your holy grail, the offer that fits you and what you're trying to do and what you're trying to accomplish, and it helps people, you would be out of your mind to be like, oh, I'm bored of it, so let me like innovate on it. No, that's the reason why people buy the thing.
Yeah.
That's like saying for pizza, tomato sauce, bread, cheese, and then you got some toppings. You would be a fool to be like, oh, let me just change how pizza is done. That's what's working.
Yeah.
Just same thing with trading. If you found a position sizing strategy, if you found a trading system that actually works, you would be crazy to be like, oh, I'm bored of the trading strategy now. I'm gonna what?
Yeah, you have good points.
What I would say though is that, yeah, and also to add on to this too, even
just one thing about the script for some of the titles. The scripts, they were more designed, the scripts that I came up with, they were more designed to be like a little movie.
And here's the thing. So if you're not creating the template, if you're not engineering the prompt, right? I don't know what's in your head. I don't know your vision in your head about this video, right? So I don't want to be like discrediting and disrespecting your vision, right? Because you have put value on God's vision for whatever you have received. So I understand that. If you have a specific vision or whatever, then you're gonna have to work on prompting and engineering and everything like this. And again, that takes time. If you are not in that thing, if you're not willing to do that, then you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't help you there. And also too, I think this will be an even more important learning experience too, because this is already showing us where you're at and where I'm at and how we need to really understand like what's the bigger picture here. And what I mean by that is the following. So getting back to the old channel, when I had the tarot videos, okay, it's still the same thing. Imagine doing 12 long form videos every single week for weeks. There's always 12 zodiac signs. The themes are still the same thing, still the same thing. You pull out, it's still going to be the 7 of Pentacles, the 8 of Swords, the Hierophants, It's still going to be the same thing regardless of how you do it. And it's just whatever your interpretation is at that moment. And some people will resonate with that and some people won't resonate with that, but still people keep watching, the titles they have overlap. If you look at all the channels that are tarot videos, all their titles are overlapping. They're always going to be saying basically the same thing. Oh, look out. Oh, it's great. It's like the forecast. It's like the weather thing, How different can you honestly really be with tarot videos? Even Mr. Beast format. He was playing, just saw it. He was playing all these video games. There's not much that really changes about that. This is the thing too. We want our audience to come to expect something out of us, right? And this is the promise that we can deliver reliably on a consistent basis.
Yeah.
And on that note as well, with building a media company, right? Because that's the foundation that I've always been trying to instill into you, into us. We're a media company first, not a content creator.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? There's a huge difference in mindset. And that's the same thing like with being like having a mindset of being a trader versus I am building a business and I use trading as that vehicle for building a business.
So then is that also valid for your personal brand, Gabriel Sarah, that you don't call yourself a content creator, but you're a media company?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Because
I heard you say over the last weeks bringing up the term content creator. I need to create content. So you like identified with the term.
That's a good point. That's a really, really good point. And I'm not gonna like,
Hey, you got 60 subscribers now.
yeah,
What happened?
just working it, just creating content.
I saw like yesterday or so it was at 48.
Yeah, I just keep working it. All right. So what I'm saying with this is like, okay, you have me, the personal brand, right? So the personal brand, yes, I help purpose-driven people clear their blocks and build a purpose. But remember, what are we doing? We're driving traffic to lifepurpose.com. That's what I'm talking about here. So I've always been trying to instill this into you out of my mistakes. You do not want to think of yourself as a content creator, because when you think of yourself as a content creator, you are basically putting yourself in the operator mindset of that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Versus if you're saying, I am a business owner, right now we're in the startup phase. We're trying to do this as lean as possible. We're just creating content at this stage now. And what we're doing is we're getting enough financial resources to then outsource to a production team. That's what we're doing. Okay. Because obviously, like, you don't want to be editing your videos for the rest of your life. I think, especially for like someone that's on YouTube, social media, building their personal brand, you're building the personal brand so that people know you, the person, so that when you have something to give them, like of real true value, you've already established that trust. Exactly how the video had said. You want to establish trust. And I'm not saying that it's just doing this just for that specific reason, just for financial gain. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this because whatever the person's endeavor is, whatever the person's end goal or the long game is for that person, whoever is building a personal brand, whoever is fulfilling their dharma, their purpose, think about your long game. Think about like where you're trying to go, because when you understand where you're trying to go, the content that you produce now is going to compound to help you get there. And because I see it as an investor, from an investor's standpoint, yes, I am investing into creating content now, because what's going to happen is at some point, yes, I will significantly shift how I approach and how I operate. My operator will be only, having a team of people that write whatever the content is, come up with the titles, come up with the thumbnails, come up with the scripting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I will have an editor outsourcing, I will outsource all those components, because those are none of the things that I want to do. Those are none of the things that I have any passion for. And that goes back down to understanding you're building a media company. A media company, if you're the business owner of a media company, are you really going to be in every aspect of the business? No, you're not. You're not going to be in accounting and payroll. You're not going to be in HR. You are not going to be in planning titles and thumbnails. You're going to outsource as much of that as possible. That's how Gary Vaynerchuk is able to produce 412 pieces of content per day through his own personal brand. You understand that? That's why I'm emphasizing this a lot.
For me, the main important thing is to be able to create the original idea / inspiration / insight as authentically as possible without it getting blurred or distorted by AI or other people's input. Because I feel one of my greatest gifts is to receive certain ideas, especially like visions and storylines about the new earth, about the children that are coming in. And I receive that like as really like clear movie-like channelings, and they're coming through during the night. And I want to make sure that I honor that as authentically as possible and find ways, not by me doing it necessarily, because that would be operator, but to have the assistance of people and the AI to bring that out, like almost like a copy of how I have received it, to then bring it out, versus it being distorted by other people's perceptions, opinions, projections, and AI. You know what I mean?
I hear exactly what you're saying, but then if you go back to Tony Robbins' Business Mastery, then you're an artist because you want to be in the craft of that. You have a very specific vision and you want to control that vision. Okay?
Maybe.
And so again, this is the thing that we have to really understand here is what is that IFS part of you that's wanting to do that? And is that the IFS part that's going to get you to building an actual media company where you're generating 7 figures, 8 figures annual recurring revenue and you're helping a great deal of people? It's not going to, I'm being very honest. That's not going to be realistic, you know? And then just really think about that for a second. They really think about that. If you are a media company, you have to be producing far more than one piece of content every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You would be absolutely lying to yourself if you think otherwise. We're not a Mark Rober. Mark Rober is a personal brand. The guy that produces 1 video per month or whatever, that's fine for them. That's not what we're doing. We're doing a media company, right? Very, very different mindset in that. And so if you think about this now, yes, there may come a point where we're going into a phase where, maybe we do take down the frequency and you can do that more, but you have to understand the trade-offs with that and the trade-offs with your time. Okay. Your job as a media company, as the business owner of a media company, you are a business owner of a media company. Your job is ultimately going to be, how can I generate more income that is aligned with the values of the company, that speaks to the company's culture, that is in direct alignment with what we're trying to accomplish, fulfills our dharma. That would, for me, would be the new earth way of thinking. Because before, it's like the old earth way is like, how can I build a business, make a whole bunch of money, and then make an exit, right? In this new earth paradigm, I think it's, how can I fulfill my purpose primarily that serves people, contributes to the new earth, and is able to help me generate an income so I can keep going and doing this. That's how I kind of think about it. And then eventually at some point, maybe you want to exit. And, to your point though, about I have a specific vision, I want to get that executed. Yes, I agree with that 100%. I just think that whatever's in your head, unless you know how to really articulate that which takes a lot of time to articulate that to an AI, to a human, you would still have to expect that it may not go the way that you want, but you have to be okay with it. Again, that's the thing about
progress over perfection. Then
I think that's also where you have to like really let go. And that's the thing about like Alex Hormozi has said this really well in one of his videos. He said something about like, when you are the operator of your business, right? And when he was doing his personal training boot camps or whatever with his partner, Layla, he was operating. So he was conducting the fitness classes or whatever. And it was very exhausting for him, right? But he said something, when you switch into a business owner, you have to be able to give up a lot of control. And the moment that he gave up a lot of control was when his business actually started doing even better. Because and Dan Martell also said that very well. He's another serial entrepreneur. He invests in a lot of AI SaaS companies at this time right now. And so Dan Martell also said the same thing too. You have to buy back your time. That's why I had us read the book. Because yes, you have a specific vision, but if you're always the centerpiece of your business, everyone is going to come to you. Everyone is going to come to you any single time that they have an issue. And what's going to wind up happening is when everyone comes to you every single time you have an issue, you're going to be the go-to person. Unless you really want that as your life, expect then for everyone to come to you at any single time whenever there's a slight little problem, and you have to basically be the firefighter of your business. All right? So I'm trying to train you now to understand, no, that is not what you want. I have been there myself. Because I was stuck at the phase of I'm trying to get other personal trainers to conduct the sessions for me. It was already a lot of work to get clients. and to get on the phone and do the cold calls, send flyers to people's homes. I was in that process. And then on top of that, I have to go and service clients as well. It's very, very difficult. So that prevents you from actually growing. And now you're stuck self-employed. You basically just created a job for yourself. And if you get sick, if you want to take a vacation, you're not going to get paid. You don't get paid. So you have to understand that. And you have to understand, to go from the left side, like Robert Kiyosaki says, to go from the left side to the right side, I think it really is about surrendering and accepting. It's not always going to be perfect. You want to be able to leave the business, take a vacation, take a break, and then come back. And if your business is still running, everything is still running, and no one needed your help, then you have an actual business. That's the place that we're trying to get to, because when we get to that place, then you can sell it. You understand? But you cannot do that if you're saying, oh, I don't like this script, it was repetitive. Yeah, of course, it's going to be repetitive. If you look at all the titles right here, it's the life purpose, the life purpose, the life purpose. We're really trying to emphasize and anchor in life purpose, those keywords. What do we want to be known for? Life purpose. So the message is still going to be the same regardless, but it's going to be packaged slightly differently. Yes, there are going to be elements where the life purpose of a shaman is very synonymous with the life purpose of a healer, of a light worker, of whatever. But can you accept that, yes, the wording may not be the same, but this is where you infuse your spirit, your soul, your spirituality into what you're saying, and you speak with as much passion and gusto as you can with your scripts. Because anyone can say research summary, mass consensus says, versus, and so the research summary says, for mass consensus about the star seeds of it's a bit of a thing. But this is also where we have to be willing to say, okay, what's the mindset here? What's our long game here? Are you a content creator? Because if you're a content creator, then by all means, go ahead and redo the script, versus just saying, okay, this is good enough. We're going to improve as we go along. This is just step one, phase one.
Yeah.
Versus, what I'm saying, like a business owner is going to be like, good enough. Does it work? Okay, good enough. You figure it out. That's the Dan Martell approach. The Dan Martell approach is, okay, you figure it out. I don't know how to do that. You figure it out, because then it leaves your team to be independent and to solve the problem themselves, because that's what you ultimately want as a business owner. You ultimately want your team to figure out the problems for your business so that you can grow. You focus on growing your business, and you focus on growing your business. The standard metrics in business is through your P&L, right? What's your profit? How much does it take to actually operate the business? And can you build the systems, and can you have enough infrastructure so that eventually you can make it attractive to someone that wants to buy it and sell it to them? That's exactly what Vince McMahon did with the WWE. He's not out there wrestling. He maybe once or twice, but he had a whole team of people wrestling. He had a whole team of people in the back.
Yeah, let's continue.
All right.
I want to really make the best now of our time, okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But again, if you feel that this needs to change, if you are really that dissatisfied,
I would have to see the end result.
Remember,
like, we're in the process, so I'm going to honor the process, and I'm not going to make any hasty decisions before actually looking at the final product. Okay?
And remember, this is the first batch of 10.
Yeah.
We then update the template. We then say, hey, this sounds too repetitive towards one another. We then figure out, okay, how can we make this sound uniquely different in the future? That would be my approach.
No, I agree. And the mantra is progress over perfection, because I've seen this over and over again, where sometimes the things where you think they may not work, they actually do. So I'm going to be flexible and open with that.
Yeah.
And I also know people that I have learned from who wanted it always to be their way, but they actually went into a roadblock with that.
Yeah. And again, the more that you try to have it your way, the more that it's like, well, then it's just,
No, for me, it's just, honoring God's vision as much as possible. What I consider God's vision.
yeah. And the way that I see it is like good enough, like think about this. All you have to do is show up and read from a teleprompter. I could not have made it any easier for you. Like I literally, I'm doing all this for free to help you with your vision. I could not have made this any easier. I could have for sure said, hey, well then you get the resources for the mic, the equipment, the tools, you figure out the system, you da. I didn't have to do any of that. I did not have to do one fucking thing, right? I'm choosing to. But again, if you are really sincere about building a media company, building a business is a completely different thing. And then you know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't getting to that point. I was trying to get to that point. I was at the point where I can pay for my own, pay the bills or whatever. But to get to that next level, you do have to give up control. To get to that next level, you do have to go to a place where it's like, hey, look, I set these rules, whatever, HR, someone else has to hire the right people. Someone else has to do all those other things. I need to focus on what I can focus on, right? You got to ask yourself, what can you focus on? And I think same thing with Sam Carpenter worked the system. You need to focus on building the systems that other people execute for you, because then from there, you're working very little and you're maximizing, But again, you wouldn't probably really appreciate it if you're not at that level where, you've gone through this enough times, And that's not to discredit you or anything like this. I'm just coming from these really lived experiences where it gets very, very tiring to do this over and over and over again. And I already know at this stage, I already know at this stage, like, hey, we got to make sure we get this thing going here. Oh, damn it. All right. Okay. Let's go foot pedal, long form. Yes. Oh, okay. Cool. All right. So you've got.
Let's change the seats, yeah.
Yep. Let me get you set up here.
Lucky. We got the lucky here. Hey, Lucky, say hi.
how to use the foot pedal?
Yeah.
Okay, see if it works. Is the foot pedal moving? All right. Remember how you did it last time? You say the title. This is the life purpose of a conscious creator.
Did we record the spiritual entrepreneur?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're already recorded. So I already mark it down.
Okay.
The life purpose of a spiritual entrepreneur. Okay.
Yes.
So the life purpose of a conscious creator. Life purpose of a conscious creator. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you got your angle, your camera, everything set up how you want it to. Remember the mic in your. Yep. Okay. And okay, I'm gonna hit the record and I'm gonna leave, and then you can just call me when you're done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Record again. Okay.
Wah, wah. Just doing some voice warm up. Okay, we're ready. Okay. Let's begin. Okay. Hook. The life purpose of a conscious creator is to turn attention into clarity, healing, and higher consciousness and truth. It's not necessarily about just making more content for the sake of making content. It's not about chasing numbers, but to honor and respect and protect what people give their attention to. Because attention can shape lives and influence lives to a large extent. Promise. By the end of this video, you will understand what a conscious creator truly is, what gifts they carry, who they are here to serve, and what this path of the conscious creator may reveal about your own purpose. And I will give you one simple way to start creating on purpose, consciously, without losing yourself in the algorithms. Context, story, setup. We are living in probably one of the loudest times in human history. Everyone is publishing. Everyone is selling something. Everyone is trying to be seen and heard. And now with AI, content can be made faster than ever before. Which means that the rarest thing is not creativity anymore. The rarest thing is intention. Because content is not neutral. Every post plants something in the viewer. It can plant comparison, fear, pressure, numbness. It can plant lower states of consciousness. It can plant unawakened states of consciousness. Or it can do the opposite. It can plant courage, higher consciousness, awakening, peace, truth, remembrance, empowerment. The conscious creator is the person who takes that very seriously. And the unique truth is this: your real job is not making content. Your real job is shaping what people pay attention to. What exactly is a conscious creator? A conscious creator is someone who creates with awareness, heartfelt intention, higher divine alignment and guidance and wisdom. They don't just ask, will this perform? Will this put money into my pocket? They ask, what will this do to a human being and their nervous system, their soul, their emotions? Will it support them to be more in peace? Or would it do the opposite? They understand that views are not just numbers. Views are people that matter. Attention is life force. A conscious creator treats attention like something holy and something special and something sacred. Not perfect, but awake enough to notice, am I creating from inner alignment, from an inner good state, from truth, or from hunger? Am I here and am I sharing to serve or to be validated? What is the life purpose of a conscious creator? The life purpose of a conscious creator is stewardship. It's to guide attention back to what is real, to what is truth, to what is sacred, back to what matters most, back to what is healing. In a world that can be full of distractions, the conscious creator helps people come back home, back to themselves, back to center, back to peace, back to feeling themselves, back to remembering their truths. The mainstream creator path says, grab attention, keep attention, be noisy, be loud, convert attention. The conscious creator path says, keep your resonance field alive, honor and respect attention, clean attention, direct attention. Because where attention goes, energy goes. And where energy goes, life starts to move. What are the gifts of a conscious creator? A conscious creator usually has a high level of sensitivity, awareness, and a good degree of empathy. They can feel when something is off. They notice energy, tone, truth, and intention. And they can turn inner experiences into language that helps other people breathe and relax. Their gift is not just style. Their gift is transmission. They can take a lesson, a wound, a pain, a realization, a prayer, and shape it into something other people can recognize in themselves. Who are they here to serve? They are here to serve people who are tired of the noise, who are tired of useless information, people who feel overwhelmed by information, but are starving for wisdom and higher guidance and soul food and soul nourishment. People who don't need more content, but who need a mirror, who need clarity. They need something that helps them come back to their own heart, to their own heart's wisdom, to their soul's essence. And the conscious creator serves the person who feels, I want to grow, I want to evolve, without losing myself. Why is a conscious creator needed for the new earth? As humanity evolves and changes, our media and what we consume as media has to change and evolve too, and has to be infused with higher consciousness. The old world used content to distract, divide, and feed insecurity and fear. The new earth needs content that restores people back to their innate wholeness, to higher states of consciousness of peace, wisdom, enlightenment, awakening. Not content that drains people. And this does not necessarily mean that every post has to be extremely deep. It means that the creator's intention has to be clean and from a pure heart and consciousness. Because in the AI era, speed is easy. But integrity is gold. A conscious creator brings soul into the machine. It brings color into darkness and makes the internet a little bit more human again. How do you know this path is calling you? This path may be calling you if you can't create things that you don't believe in, that feel fake or phony to you. And if you have tried to chase trends and try out different templates and other people's strategies and ways of doing, but it makes you feel empty and out of alignment. If you feel the emotional weight of what you post, if you care more about what your content does to people than what it does for your ego, if you feel called to create but you want to do it with integrity, and you might not want to be a creator, but you might want to be a guardian of attention. What does this reveal about your purpose? If this resonates with your purpose, then you may be guided to clarity, to helping people come home to themselves, and to assist in raising consciousness. Here's a grounded next step for you. Before you post or create anything this week, ask one question. What state will this leave someone in? More anxious or more alive? More distracted or more clear? That one question can turn content into true service. Big insight climax. The deeper truth is that the life purpose of a conscious creator is not a job title. It is a relationship with attention and sincerity. It's choosing truth over performance. It's choosing service over self-validation. And if you felt something while watching this, it may be because you're not here to entertain people into numbness, but you're here to help them awaken, help them remember what is true. Final payoff. So the life purpose of a conscious creator is not only to create content, it is to elevate consciousness, to create awareness, and to plant better seeds in the mind, to protect the energy of what people consume. And if this path awakens something in you, that may be the part of your own purpose asking to be lived. Fortune cookie ending. Don't just create content. Create on purpose. Soft call to action. If this awakened your creative purpose, watch the life purpose of a new earth builder next. It may show you how your ideas can become something real, useful, and life-giving for the future. Finished. Finished. This script was actually really quite good. And it was easy to improvise. I'm ready.
Do you see the prompter?
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. If you can close the door, please. Hook. The life purpose of a new earth builder is to bring life back into the places that went numb. Okay, no, hold on. Cancel that. I'm gonna start again. That does not resonate. I'm gonna improvise here. Okay, just cancel what I just said. We're gonna start again. Hook. The life purpose of a new earth builder is to assist in the creation and the building of the new earth timeline, the new earth of higher consciousness. And there are many ways in how a new earth builder builds. Not by escaping the world, but by rebuilding it from the internal, from the inside out. Because a new earth builder understands that the inner world creates the outer world. If you have ever felt caught between two worlds, this video will feel like a mirror. 2. Promise. By the end of this video, you will understand what a new earth builder truly is, what gifts they carry, who they are here to serve, and what this path may reveal about your own purpose. And I will give you one simple next step that you can take this week. Context, story, setup. A lot of people hear New Earth and they picture a different planet or a perfect community somewhere far away. Like the answer is to leave everything behind. But most of the time, that's not what the calling feels like. The calling feels like this. You walk through normal life and something in you whispers, this is not how it is supposed to be. Not because you hate humanity, but because you can feel humanity getting disconnected from its own soul. And you cannot unsee it. You can feel it in the way people rush, the way people perform, the way people compete, the way people numb out on screens and noise. A new earth builder is often someone who can't stop noticing what is missing. And here's the contrarian truth. The new earth is not built by people who run away. It is built by people who are awake internally, who stay and who bring consciousness into broken parts without losing themselves or their heart. Four, what exactly is a new earth builder? A new earth builder is a person who helps life become more human, connected, and sacred again. They build systems, spaces, relationships, communities, art, businesses, and tools that feel like truth, that feel like home, that feel like dignity, that feel like safety, that feel like love in action. They might build a physical place like a community, a school, a garden, a retreat center, or they might build something invisible like a culture inside a workplace, or a new way of parenting, or a new way of leading, a new way of using technology. The key is not really in what they build. The key is what energy and what internal state they build it from. Old Earth systems are built from fear, division, survival, and control. The new Earth systems are built from truth, higher consciousness, responsibility, unity, connection, and great love. Five, what is the life purpose of a new earth builder? The deeper purpose is to be a bridge, to take what you know is true in your soul and translate it into real life, into structures, into real decisions, into the way people are treated, into the way money is handled, into the way power is used. A new earth builder does not just talk about love. They build a world from love, from a state of love, and where love is easier to live inside. And sometimes their purpose is simple: to walk into a place that feels cold and to bring warmth back, to bring unity back, to walk into places that feel numb and bring back truth, to walk into places that feel isolated and bring community back. 6. What are the gifts of a new earth builder? You usually feel what is off before other people can. You walk into a room and you sense the emotional weather. You can feel where something is fake, forced, or misaligned, or simply run in an old, outdated way. You can see possibility inside collapse. When other people see this is falling apart, you see this is ready to evolve. You have a strong inner compass, even if you doubt yourself at times. You cannot betray what you know is true. You care about the collective and the present state and the future state of the earth and humanity. You don't just want a good life for you. You want a good world for everyone. You're willing to do the slow work. Real building is not a vibe. It is a devotion. It's showing up again and again. And one of the biggest gifts is this: you can bring soul into places that forgot how to breathe. Seven, Who are they here to serve? New Earth builders are here to serve people who feel burned out by old world pressure, old system pressure, numb from constant speed and noise, disconnected from meaning, who feel alone inside systems that reward pretending, and who are tired of leadership that has no integrity and no heart. They serve the child inside the adult who just wants life to feel real and more joyful and colorful again. They serve the community that forgot how to trust. They serve the places where people feel invisible. Sometimes they serve in obvious ways. A teacher who changes how kids are treated. A business owner who leads with ethics. A creator who tells the truth. A parent who raises emotionally aware children. A technologist who builds tools that are life-giving and that help instead of manipulate. 8. Why is a new earth builder needed for the new earth? Because right now technology is growing faster than wisdom. Information is growing faster than meaning. Speed is growing faster than presence, and people are connected online but disconnected inside and with one another. The new earth needs people who can bring humanity back into alignment and into a thriving future, not through perfection, but through example, through conscious choices. Through what you build and create when no one is watching. The new earth is not a place you move to someday. It's your internal consciousness and the energy that you bring into your daily life in every moment. Into your work, your home, your relationships, your leadership. It's the energy and the internal state behind all your actions. Nine, how do you know this path is calling you? This path may be calling you if you feel sad or off in places where other people feel fine. Like you can't pretend as easily as everyone else. You might notice you can't do meaningless work, even if it pays, even if it looks good. Something inside you just says, this isn't it. You may feel a strong pull to create a healthier culture, a more honest, connected community, a more beautiful way of living. And here's a big one. You feel tempted to escape, but you also feel responsible to stay. Like you're not here to leave the world. You're here to help it remember itself. 10. What does this reveal about your purpose? If this resonated, your purpose might not be a job. Your purpose might be a direction your soul keeps pointing toward. Your purpose might be to bring life back into one specific domain: parenting, education, business, community, art, technology, healing. You don't need to fix the world, but pick one place that you can touch and transform to a higher place. A place where your presence makes things more connected again, more sacred, more alive, more colorful, more meaningful. And here's a grounded prompt. Where in your life do you feel the strongest, this could be better? That pain might be your assignment. 11. Big insight climax. The deeper truth is that the life purpose of a new earth builder is not to escape the old world. It's to bring higher consciousness into it. And keeping their soul's essence alive and lit. Because it's easy to be loving in a perfect environment. The real work is staying open-hearted inside a system that rewards being closed. And if this path resonated with you, it may be showing you something important. You are here to serve as a bridge. You're here to carry the new, to replace the old. 12. Final payoff. So the life purpose of a new earth builder is not only to build new communities or new systems. It is to rebuild the human spirit inside our modern life. To make the future and the present more alive, more colorful, more infused with higher meaning and purpose than the past. To include the person's soul essence into what they're creating and building, and to make success include love. If this awakens something in you, that may be the part of your own purpose asking to be remembered. 13. Fortune cookie ending. The future and the new earth is not something you simply enter. It's something that you build from your internal good inner state, a state of peace, a state of higher consciousness, acceptance, peace, unity, love. And whatever you build from that good inner state is building the good new earth, one step at a time. 14. Soft call to action. If this path spoke to you, watch the life purpose of the New Earth priestesses next. It may show you how sacred leadership, devotion, and feminine wisdom help bring the new earth into form. Finished. Yes. I look like Mother Mary. Thank you. Oh. Okay, okay. Hook. The life purpose of the New Earth Priestess is to bring divine truth down into real human life so that the sacred becomes remembered and lived again. Most people may think that priestess means mystical powers, but the deeper purpose is simpler. It's to become a bridge between spirit and earth, between the higher dimensions and the earth realm, and to serve as an embodied, resonant, coherent field to bring balance, harmony, and peace wherever the priestess shows up. Second, promise. By the end of this video, you will understand what a New Earth Priestess truly is. What gifts they hold, who they are here to serve, and what this path may reveal about your own purpose. And we'll do it in a way that stays grounded. No ego, no labels. 3. Context story setup. Across history, people have always needed bridges that serve between the unseen and the seen, between heaven and earth, between the divine and human, between pain and meaning, between the heart and the world. In many cultures, sacred roles were held with devotion and responsibility. Today, the word priestess shows up in many modern spiritual spaces. Sometimes it can become performance or look like performance. The reason why this is important because the new earth is not built by people who just look spiritual. It is built by people who can carry higher divine truth, resonant alignment, and peace and higher consciousness into real life, into relationships, community, leadership, businesses, into the very places where people are scared numb, disconnected, lost, or hurting. The unique angle of this episode is this. The life purpose of a New Earth Priestess is not to collect powers. It is to serve as a living bridge where the higher divine truth can touch normal human life without turning into fantasy, ego, or performance. 4. What exactly is a New Earth Priestess? New Earth Priestess is a modern phrase. People use it to describe a sacred, feminine guide, a sacred feminine leader, someone devoted to healing, ritual, intuition, and service. It includes things like prayer, ceremony, energy work, nature connection, sound healing. But here's the key. A priestess is not only someone who believes in the sacred, who has a direct connection to God, Goddess, Source, divine intelligence. A priestess is someone who truly serves the sacred that is housed within all life. A priestess is someone who serves the divine greater plan, not as a costume, not as a title, but as a way of embodied being. If you want a simple picture, a New Earth Priestess stands at the seam between two worlds, one hand in the sky and one hand in the soil of the earth. And the purpose is to let love and the highest consciousness move through. 5. What is the life purpose of a New Earth Priestess? The life purpose is not to rise above humanity. It's to bring back the sacred into everyday lives for humanity, for all life on the planet. It's to remember what is sacred, to reawaken what is sacred, and to remind others of what is sacred. To help higher truth become embodied, grounded, and useful. It's to remind people the sacred isn't only in temples, it is in your own body, in your breath, in your emotions, in your grief, in your honesty, and in the way we care for each other. A New Earth Priestess helps restore right relationship with oneself and with all that is. Relationship with the earth, relationship with the heart, relationship with the seen and unseen, relationship with community. And the relationship, most importantly, to our own divine essence and to our own divine oneness with all that is. And the bigger mission is this: to be a bridge where truth can land, where guidance becomes action, and where love becomes a choice. Six, what are the gifts of a New Earth Priestess? The gifts are oftentimes quiet and silent before they become more loud and visible. The sensitivity, the deep intuition, the ability to feel what is true under what is being said, the ability to sit with emotion without running away. The ability to make people feel safe enough to be vulnerable, honest, and transparent. Creating sacred and safe space for transformation, for healing, for truth to be revealed, for bringing the divine into every moment of life. And the path of the priestess is also associated with many spiritual gifts, healing, prayer, ritual, energy work, communion with nature and the earth, with the spirit realm. And sometimes people describe things like light language, codes, or other mystical frameworks. If those are part of your world, hold them with humility. Don't use them to be above anyone. The real gift is not what you can access. The real gift is how you serve and what you can serve. Can you be clear? Can you be clean? Can you be loving without needing credit? Can you show up from a pure, high state of consciousness and serve as a channel for the divine, for people's highest transformation? 7. Who are they here to serve? A new earth priestess serves people, humanity, the earth. Ultimately is in service to the one divine essence that connects all of life. And more specifically, priestesses are in service to people who got disconnected from that divine truth of oneness, who feel connected from their bodies, their purpose, their heart, their soul, their essence. People who are exhausted or lost. People who crave meaning but don't trust themselves. People who have forgotten that all life is sacred. And they usually also serve community itself. They are space holders, sacred and safe space holders. Space holders for truth, for connection, for love, for healing, for repair, for reconciliation, for beauty, for higher transformation, for the evolution of consciousness, for the simple moments where people remember they belong to life, they are one with all that is. And this is what keeps the priestess path grounded. It's not about being special. It's about being in service to love. Eight. Why is a new earth priestess needed for the new earth? The new earth is not a place you escape to. It's a way of your internal state of being. And then from there, it becomes a way of living. It becomes a way of awakened action, awakened creation, awakened being, awakened living, awakened serving. And right now, a lot of people feel split. They may fall for the illusions. of separation and ego. Their minds may be very loud. Their heart feels disconnected and heavy. A new earth priestess is needed because they help bring things back together into divine order, not with control, but with their resonant, coherent field, with their strong connection and oneness with infinite divine intelligence. Call it God, Goddess. With the highest truth, with devotion, with grounded sacred leadership. This role matters a lot right now and for the new earth because people are remembering their divine truth, their divine oneness with all that is, and how to live in integrity with that, so that we can build relationships and communities and ways of living and being that are no longer based in fear or separation, but that are based on the oneness that we all share together and the love that we all share in common. To build a future that is life-giving, the new earth needs bridges between vision and action, between spirituality and real responsibility, between intuition and our daily choices. 9. How do you know that this path is calling you? This path may be calling you if you feel something in your chest when you hear the word service, if you've always been the one people confess to, if you can feel what a room is carrying, if you crave beauty, ritual, and meaning, not for aesthetics, but because it makes you feel close to life. If you feel very at home with your own divine essence, with God, Goddess, and the feminine essence of all life, the feminine principle of life. If you're tired of fake spirituality, and if you want to live in a way that makes the sacred practical. And also a big sign is this: you're willing to be humbled, you're willing to heal, you're willing to be the highest self that you can be and live in alignment with your highest destiny, truth, and purpose. You are willing to heal. Ten. What does this reveal about your own purpose? Even if you never use the word priestess, this archetype can still teach you something. It may be showing you that your purpose is to become a bridge, not between people pleasing and perfection, but between higher divine truth, God, Goddess, all there is, and the earthly realms and humans, to return people back to their own source of divinity, between spiritual insight and human kindness, between what you know inside and how you live. And here's a simple reflection. Where in your life are you being asked to bring the sacred down into the ordinary? In your home, in your work, in the way you speak, and the way you lead? Your purpose is not only what you dream about, it's what you embody every single day, the state and the energy that you embody. 11. Big insight climax. The deeper truth is that the life purpose of a new earth priestess is not to just look holy. It is to make life holy again. Not by pretending everything is perfect, but by bringing truth into the places many people avoid. By holding power without ego. By holding intuition without losing your grounding. By holding devotion without needing to be worshipped. And if this path resonated with you, it may be showing you something about your own purpose. That you too are here to be a bridge between the divine and the earth. A place where love is real. Final payoff. So the life purpose of a new earth priestess is not only to channel higher realms and to serve as a voice and a channel between the divine, earth, and humans, but it is to bring higher truth into the human world through embodied service, to reconnect people back to the sacredness inside of them, to their connection to Source, to God, to the divine. It is to help people remember that heaven was always meant to be lived through the body, through the earth, through the heart, and through your service. And if this awakens something in you, don't rush to claim a title. Start by living the bridge, one honest choice at a time. 13. Fortune cookie ending. Your purpose is not about becoming sacred. It's about remembering that you and life already is. 14. Soft call to action. If this series awakens something in you and you're trying to understand your own purpose more deeply, join our newsletter through the website below. We're opening a New Earth accountability group for people who feel called to grow, align their life with their true purpose, and walk this path with real support. You'll be the first ones to know when details and applications open. Your purpose also becomes clearer when you stop walking it alone. Finished. Shall we switch places again?
Okay. So we got that taken care of now. All right. So now that we've done this part, and again, we always have to keep in mind too the other thing here, which is that we must understand always that content is the front door of what we're doing. Okay? Content is always the front door. Why is it that this image quality on this camera is significantly better than this one? That's pretty irritating. You know, in the future, what I am going to do is I'm going to sell these webcams and I'm going to use that to invest into this camera. I'm going to invest into the Sony EZV.
It's just because the sunlight has come out, so it makes it look more dark.
Yeah. I'm going to invest into this one over here because this one.
This is the all-new Sony ZV-10 Mark II. Here's what we shot with it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get that in the future. All right, so here's the next part of this. So now we have the A-roll, okay, which is the raw footage, okay?
Oh, Adol.
This is the personal brand. Yeah, okay. So what we're going to do here is let's take a look at the
Oh, it is really dark.
way darker, and which is weird,
What?
which is very, very weird.
Because of this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the dynamics. So in the future, what I want to do is I want to scrap these two webcams, get one camera, but get a wide angle lens that's going to have like really high image quality. And then we can still keep the other webcam that we have right there. Cause I like the Insta360 way better. These Elgato cams, even though they're 4K 60, they need a significant amount of light, which I don't like. And I would much rather get a smaller panel light in the future or something like this. Like we had the other one, but even then that was not so good. All right. Anyway, let's go over here. I'm going to screenshot. So the process of what we're going to do right here is we already have the A-roll. We're going to start editing the video for the life purpose of a shaman. Okay. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to first ask, because we need to have supporting imagery. Okay. To do the video, because it's going to fall flat. Like, think about this. Watching this video, why would you watch the whole 16 minutes? It's because it kept rehooking us with the visuals. It was related to the topic of what we're interested in, which is already very, very important. But then the supporting imagery, the supporting visuals were consistent. And every single little beat, if you notice, like every single sentence, which is a beat, there was a visual, and then the visual changed. So it was basically like we were getting rehooked after each sentence. We were getting rehooked and rehooked and rehooked and rehooked. So we need to find an AI tool that can help generate a massive amount of images based on the script, and is consistent with the visuals. So I'm going to research that now with ChatGPT. Hopefully there is something like that where we can just generate a whole bunch of images. I can feed it the script, generate a whole bunch of images, and then just copy it over.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're going to do here.
Do you need me around while you do this research?
No.
Do you want me around?
If you choose to be.
I can need like a 5 or 10 minutes break.
Yeah.
I'll come back, okay?
Yeah. Because I'm also showing you this too, because at some point, you're going to start doing this stuff as well.
So then it's better to stay here.
Well, you can also watch the live stream.
No, I'm gonna be here then.
Okay. You can also watch the replay of the live stream. But again, this is where I'm showing you how I do this.
Yeah.
So that you eventually either you take over, because I have to focus on trading for generating cash, And then at some point, yeah, we want to hire a video editor. So we just want to get to the point where we record the A-roll, we have the instructions, the working procedures, we send the live stream copy to the editor, and then they basically look at what we're trying to accomplish. They look at the videos, and then they take over from there and they edit the videos. And again, that's where I was telling you, you can't be caught up in like wanting it your way, because we're just giving them like, hey, this is kind of like what we're looking for. Now do it. And then that's it. We don't want to be like looking at it. Oh, let me review what you're editing here or whatever. It's just, hey, we gotta put it out there. Okay. Okay, now we've reached the point where we've recorded all 10 batch videos for the Life Purpose Of series. And what we need to do now is we need a AI image generator that can generate images for us in bulk that have consistent face imagery and a consistent like image style throughout the entire video based on the script, period. So what I'm looking for is basically to copy the script that I have and then basically have the AI image generator tool tell me, produce for me multiple images in bulk that I can just paste over the A-roll of a video, period. Please research AI image generator tools that can successfully do that, if there are any. I hope so. I would imagine like that would be pretty valuable. Because like to imagine to do this like one by one by one, that would be a lot of work, right? So good. That's what I wanted to extract from here, which is great. Now the next thing is we're going to now open up Filmora. Okay, so this is our work process. Remember, so we generated the playlist. We did that first. Before that, we did the brand compass. We did the brand operating system. Now we're at the stage of we did the titles, the thumbnails for a playlist for a whole bunch of videos, which we're uploading in bulk, which we're going to produce in bulk, like a factory process. And then we're going to create a whole bunch of shorts. The other thing that I was going to tell you too is for the shorts, that's where you could probably also, you know, if you didn't like how the long form came out, you can just generate shorts however you want it to be. But again, remember, shorts is a very short shelf life discovery type of content. So what you need is to produce a gigantic volume of shorts. And so you got to ask yourself once again, do I really want to go through that process if I'm really a media company, otherwise a content creator, right? So here we go. Yes, tools exist beyond us. No tool is perfect for full, the best workflow script for Life Purpose Of Mid-Journey. Best tools to research test first. Recraft. Free Pick AI Leonardo. Okay, let me copy this script here. Okay, because we're going to do the first one, which is the Life Purpose of a Shaman. So let's see what AI has, ChatGPT has to suggest here. Okay, let's try this first. Again, period. This is the script to one of the videos. And what I need is a whole bunch of consistent imagery that I can use as my B-roll overlay to my A-roll. What tool can I use to help me generate a ton of images in bulk? And how could I basically convert the script into a GPT shot list. So that way I can just prompt the AI to generate the scenes for me or generate the shots for me, question mark. There you go. That's probably going to be the best thing for me to say here. So even still, see how like there's little things that we have to now, you know, redo here. And what we're going to do is we're going to just duplicate this and we're going to say this is F and this is going to be shot list. Okay. Yes, for what you're trying to build, don't think AI image generator only. Think script, shot list, prompt pack. My best tool for this, free pick custom characters. Okay, so let's copy this to Brave, free list custom characters. And now we're going to basically take this, or free pick AI custom characters. Okay, pricing, let's see the pricing here. Okay, cool. And you see how like this is just a monthly thing? Okay, we're gonna try this. And we're gonna see, you see how like if it gets expensive if you're trying to do like really like a lot of serious image generations, right? So let's see what we got here. Access to all images, 250 M plus videos, early access to, okay, I don't know what the difference is between premium, but we're gonna screenshot that as well to AI, just in case. Okay, I think we're going to do free premium for the first month or something like this and see how that goes. Premium plus. And if it works, that's great. And if not, then we got to work through it. Okay. All right, cool. Now, step 2, use the GPT prompt pack. Okay. Generate around 40 images. 6 for context. What is a shaman? Okay. All right. So I'm going to recopy this. Okay. So this is the pricing tier for this AI tool that you recommended, period. I need you to research which should be the starting plan that we're going to go for if we have to do a batch 10 videos, which are between 11 and 30 minutes long. And we need supporting imagery to fill up maybe about 60 to 70% of the video, period. And also I need you to look at to give me basically the shot list based on the script and just give me what I need to copy and paste. Let's just keep it real simple with that. Let's see which tier, and then we go from there. Okay?
I'll be right back.
Yeah. And again, if it's too much for you to be here, just relax. But you can always watch the replay. That's the great thing about doing it like this. We can always watch the replay. Yes, for this batch, I would start with Premium Plus, not Essential, and not Pro yet. From a screenshot, the tiers are 36, 45K credits. Okay. Premium for 10 videos between 11 and 30, filling 60%. We are going to need about 100 images. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Important production rule: do not generate 100 images for every video immediately. Do this first. One video pilot, generate 40 to 50, measure credit burn, then batch. Okay. Fine. Copy this prompt for the AI image. Okay. Use the same style. Okay. Let me just copy and paste this. And we're going to have to also test this out as well. So this is the thing. This is why we want to use AI, because we want to make this production process as fast as possible. You have to. I think you honestly have to. Here's the full shot list. Okay. Let's copy this over here. And using AI just makes it more organized. Again, I don't want to take away the human, right? Because obviously that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make content for humans to help them with their purpose. That's the whole idea. But we want to use AI to make sure our process is as organized as possible. I think that's a really big thing to always take into consideration, especially as like you're building your brand, building your business. You want to make sure that you have the right audience. You want to know like what is it that they're into, and it's going to be a process, right? So why would I spend 3, 4, 5 months creating one video when I can create a whole bunch of videos in significantly less time with hopefully the same quality as AI, right? And we couldn't do that before. Before, imagine like trying to like every single scene, you're actually writing that out by hand, you're drawing it out by hand. It's impossible. It's not possible. But now it is. So let's go over here. Okay. Right. Okay. So let's go and let's transfer some cash to pay for the tool. Let's pull up the credit card payment for this thing. Individual get premium plus. How much is it again? 36 euros. Okay. Oh, plus VAT. God dang. Yeah, this is where it gets, stuff like this gets pricey. So we're at 43 euros for the month, and just to test this service, because I don't even know if it's going to be worth it to do this service. So let's go here, vibrational life. Cars. Okay. Done. Okay. Now let's go over here. Put in the card details. The biggest thing that I've learned about the content creation process is, again, it's like it can be an endless hamster wheel. Therefore, it's very important to have a system. Have a system for creating content. On the other channel, like the last time around doing the tarot videos, it got me really frustrated and burnt out after a while. And it was like this endless hamster wheel, and the content wasn't even evergreen. The content was not evergreen. And then, you have people that are like a mega fan one day and then they want nothing to do with you the next day. So it's like all forms of loyalty in that regard were like out the window for me. And I learned that. I learned that from that experience, and that experience just showed me, hey, you know what? People are sometimes they're just in the mood to consume. And I'm not gonna put all my eggs in one basket, basically, Not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. This is a business, and sometimes businesses work and sometimes businesses don't work. But you keep going, you keep iterating, you find what works for you. And that's what I've been trying to do here this whole time. Let's see what do we got here. Okay, great. So now we're in. A what?
If I can get a black thing, a towel, or one of your blankets or hoodies,
Go use the one from outside. There's that really long beach towel. You can use that. Yeah, it's okay.
Not be popping out all the time.
Yeah. Remember, this is just behind the scenes stuff,
Yeah, yeah.
right? And this is just explaining all like the thought process behind a lot of this stuff. All right, let's go back here to life purpose. Let's see if we can do the split screen. Okay, cool. So now let's go through this workflow again. So as I've been mentioning before, you know, I've done a couple of YouTube channels before in the past, and you know, I hit certain roadblocks, and this time around, I'm treating it in completely differently. It's like, it's just create a system, how you're going to work your system, know how you're going to produce everything in bulk. Don't think one at a time. Think in terms of a library. Think in terms of playlists, right? So I've already established that. And so we've already covered over the last weeks, we built the brand system, the compass, we did the titles, the thumbnails, we did the long forms, the scripts, we recorded it just now. Now the next step is B-roll, okay? So now the next step is B-roll for this specific piece of content, which is the life purpose of a shaman. So I know that a lot of these tools now, they have, what's it called? Like an agent, right? They have an agent, okay? All right, cool. So let's see if we can use this agent to basically help us make content at scale, right? So let's see if we can use this agent to generate the images for us for this specific piece of content, the life purpose of a shaman reboot. Hopefully it can generate 40, 50 pieces for us that we can use as the B-roll, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So I have created a...
Why not just record it with your voice? It's faster.
Good point. Okay, so we are using your service for the purposes of generating image overlays for our A-roll content. Basically, we have a script, and for each bullet beat, which is every sentence, we ideally want to have an image overlay for the A roll that we can use as our B roll, period. Are you able to take our script and generate multiple images for us with consistent imagery for the entire video? Question mark. We would need approximately 40 or more images, period. Can you print images in bulk for us? Question mark. Because if it does, that would be great. Okay, so this is what it's saying. Since we're inside your project workspace, we can organize everything beautifully here. To help us get started on the right foot, could you tell me more about the style, theme, your A-roll, futuristic sci-fi, the format you need, aspect ratio, green screen backgrounds, key, da 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 da. Once I know what you're aiming for, okay, so I'm going to copy this message to ChatGPT, and I'm going to say, this is the message from the AI agent in the AI image generator tool, period. Please give an appropriate response. Okay, let's do a split screen here. And what we're going to do is we're going to copy this message from ChatGPT previously, like the shot list and the setup prompts. And we're also going to feed this message to ChatGPT as well. Okay. Let's go here. successfully committed both. Okay. Please share the shot list. Okay. So let's do this here. I'm going to do this and let's see what happens. So you see, that's the whole process. That's the whole purpose of thinking like as a system. Like we want to define exactly what we need to do every single step of the way, so that now the agent hopefully has an idea of what we want to accomplish and then helps us accomplish that much faster. And if we need 40, 50, 60 images as supporting B-roll to overlay for the A-roll, which is the A-roll you just created, you just recorded yourself doing, we need to make that process as fast and efficient as possible, okay? So that's what we're doing here. Okay, let's see. Okay, and so now we have from our system, we have the A-roll already recorded for every single one. Now we need to edit, right? So we need to edit and we need to have everything, all the pieces put together. 16:9 resolution, okay. All right, and let's see what happens here. And like sometimes, honestly, I don't even read it over because like it takes so long. Like sometimes like the responses are so long.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty nice. That's they're not bad.
So that's one image.
That's one image. Okay. Okay. Okay, hold on a second. So what should change about this? What should change about this? If there's anything that you want to change right now.
So this is going to create 42 images right now for the video, correct?
Yeah. Like, okay, so think about this. This is
This should be the shaman.
yes, this is for the life purpose of a shaman, okay?
No, this person should depict the shaman, shouldn't it?
Yes. But remember, we're talking also about the new age or the new earth, right? That concept that you want to solidify. So someone may not fit the traditional mold of a shaman and may not dress with the quero hat and a poncho.
I know.
Someone can be dressed in a hoodie and still be an ascended master.
Yeah.
Right? So how would you know? Right? Don't judge a book by its cover, basically. Don't judge by appearances.
I mean, it looks nice to me.
Would you change anything about this? Anything? If anyone's watching on the live stream, would you what would you want to see in terms of like the imagery or whatever?
For me, it would be easier to say what I want changed after seeing it. Like I don't know if I can say it right now.
What do you mean?
Like I would have to see
the whole thing?
Yeah, or in like with which text is this picture going to show up, kind of.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
So how is this going to work? It's going to give us many images for every video. Can we organize the images along the way of the video, or is it going to be a set order of pictures that we need to use?
I think it would be a set order of pictures we need to use.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I don't really have to change the image. I think it looks fine, and I think we can use it for the video. If there are many more pictures that are supposed to come, then I think this picture is fine to be one of them. It looked like you in the beginning. The image
Yeah, maybe.
with the hoodie.
Yeah,
That
maybe.
looked a bit like you.
There we go. You can provide your script. Is the best way to ensure every single image flows. Since your project settings have auto-approve cost enabled, we can generate B-roll in sequential organized batches. To organize B-roll cleanly, we will label each one. Hook, hook, visual continuity in the second scene, shot 2, the seeker looking towards a golden doorway. Generate. Whenever you are ready, paste your full script. It will align your existing 62 shot list. Okay? So let's try this. I think it's, we gotta just do it. Just do it and see it how it goes out in real time.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay, that's another variation of the same thing. That's another variation of the same thing.
Do you have to copy and paste every image and put it all together yourself?
Yeah. Okay, why is it giving me this? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yes. Oh, yes, that's nice.
Which plan did we sign up to?
Premium Plus, 42 euros. But oh my God, that's fast. Yes, that's what I'm talking about here. That is what I'm talking about. Yes! Okay, fine. That's good. That's good. Oh, that's much better. Yes, there we go. And then over here, if there's like one image that we don't absolutely like, we can always change it. Okay. And so while it's doing that and it's generating its images, okay. The AI tool is generating its images in bulk. Is there a non-copyright music stock thing where we can download music to be very soft that we can put in the BG of the video? There we go. That's not bad. 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 Okay, now the next thing is the music, right? So we're gonna need some vibes here. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is
How about some pan flute?
pan flute. Yeah, let's see if they got pan flute here. Let me ask ChatGPT. Okay. Does epidemic sound have hand pan or pan flute?
Either or both.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That's cool. Okay, that's not bad. It's doing its thing. It's doing its thing. Oh, that's very good. I'm with that. Okay, cool. It's doing it all in bulk now. Thank you. Okay. All right, let me go to Epidemic Sound and let's see if they have hand pan.
That's not handpan.
Oh, that's gonna be good. That's soft. That could be good. That could be good. Okay. And what was it on? Pan flute?
Type in shamanic.
We're not gonna also keep this in mind. We're not gonna create like a specific music for each video. You know, it's gonna be like a factory thing again. Let's see. How about just general flute? Something like that, maybe.
Wait, back. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We also got like something like piano music.
Oh, this one is nice.
We also got things like we can go for like this.
No.
Oh.
The one from before
The one from before. All right.
with, yeah, like a quiet background.
Quiet background. All right. We got 30 days free. That's cool. Oof. Okay, great. Mm, okay, great. So now let's.
Why would they call it epidemic?
Okay, now I need you to think about your music selection. So we just did. Oh, we got all these now. Great, wonderful. Great, great, great. So it's already doing that for us, right? Okay. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to find the music you want and you're going to hit the heart icon on the right and figure that out for yourself. Give me like 5 different things. Give 5 different tracks. And what we're going to do is we're just going to loop it. I'm going to give you the next 5 minutes to choose your music selection, okay? Remember, it's not gonna be that at that volume at all. It's gonna be very faint, like you can barely hear it. So it's gonna be more like they're just gonna hear you, and there's gonna be subtle music in the background. Like that is fine. That's perfect. Heart that one.
You want to have this one?
Yeah. Ultimate Peace. What about that one?
That's the kind of flute.
Okay. Heart.
I think we already have 4.
Okay, choose another 2. You got 3 minutes.
Good. Oh. Got it.
Oh, perfect. Great. Okay, cool. So now we have all these images here. Okay, so the same process here is we're gonna save one, save the other, save the other, save the other, save the other, you know? Okay. So we're gonna go into the Finder. We're gonna start saving this, all right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take this one and we're gonna here we go. Okay, so now we're gonna open up, we're gonna make sure that we have this organized, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into here, gonna go to livepurpose.com, and we're gonna go into the videos. Right, we gotta move it. Okay, we're gonna move everything together. So we're gonna save this here. Okay, before I go and do any more, we're gonna go and take this. We're gonna go into here. Okay. Another folder. Okay. This is the life purpose of a shaman. This is 1, this is 2. Okay, we're gonna put this as a B-roll. Okay, and we're gonna put that up into here. Okay. So we have here our A-roll. So now it's very organized, right? So we have
I really celebrate your organization skills.
A-roll, B-roll, etc. Okay, and now we just keep doing the same process here. So we have 1, 2. Now we've got 3. Just repeat the process over and over and over again. Three. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11.
I like it with the colors.
Mhm.
So you fed the script and it generated all these images, right?
Yep.
Interesting.
That's again the power of having a good workflow.
ChatGPT can't do that at once.
No, it's not the right tool set for it. You need the right tools. And that's all this is.
Mm. Oh, I'm curious. I'm curious to the actual video, how it's gonna come out. It's always beautiful when it starts to come together.
Yeah, that's why I gotta trust the process.
Yeah.
I've been through this so many times at this stage now. This is like, for me, this is nothing new. So you just gotta trust me when I say I've been through all this stuff.
Oh, that reminds me to Mark's book.
Yeah, the kintsugi for the hand. Okay, keep going. The one thing I don't like is that I have to now save these
Yes,
automatically.
I was thinking
one by
about
one.
this.
That's pretty pain in the ass right there.
There may be a different route.
Yeah, but for a first time around, whatever. And this is why I would hire somebody to do all this stuff for me. You would need someone that's like a generalist or something like this, or 30.
They're all walking in a tree. He's got the golden orb on his head. He's got the Diksha blessing. Whoa, is that inside the tree? Can we live like that? Whoa, that's you in New York. It's more than 46 pictures. Hmm.
All right, so now that's done. Oops.
I think it continues to generate pictures. How many is it going to generate?
That's done now.
That's a lot.
Okay. Oh. Mm. Oh, there you go. That's how you do it in bulk.
There has to be a select all option.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so
And then download.
Yeah.
It was right there.
So let me see this again right here. The select all, download. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay, that's cool. Let's move this one into a dedicated folder. Okay, cool. So we could have done that much easier in the future. Sweet. All right, good enough. All right, now the next part of this. So now we have our A row, we have our B row. So notice how we have everything here. Okay, this is the entire scene selection, right? So we've got that now. Now the next thing we've got is the A row. So notice how, again, we did this in this process for this reason, okay? Now I'm going to go to Epidemic Sound. And now what we need to do here is we need to take your music tracks that you had oh, how do we find this thing now?
I started.
Liked? No.
Oh,
Okay,
like tracks.
like
Yeah,
tracks.
yeah.
Here we go. Okay, so let's see right here. Okay, you tell me now. What goes?
One song only.
On loop, yeah.
It's just gonna be one song on loop constantly out of these.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Let me. Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, you do it. Because what I think we'll do is we'll use Beethoven to have like one super standard music track.
The life purpose of a shaman.
Mm-hmm.
You can also help me, like what fits.
No,
most.
just go for it. I have to edit. My brain capacity is already wearing thin right now, so you need to use your mental power now. I like that one, the mist. That one too.
I think this one is the best for the shaman one.
All right, but remember, it's gonna be, we're gonna keep a consistent thing for all the videos. Priestess, everything. Okay.
So you're saying it's gonna be the mist for all the videos?
Unless you want to go through that process of selecting and like saying, okay, this is gonna be this for this video, this for this video. I'm not gonna do that process for you.
Well, I can do it.
Okay, and we're gonna save this to Life Purpose of a Shaman. Okay, so notice how now we've got the assets, and this is basically all you need. Okay, now we're gonna open this up, and we're gonna import a piece at a time. So now we go into here, lifepurpose.com, Life Purpose of series, Life Purpose of a Shaman, right? That was the video, right? Okay, let's see what we got here. Second, and then move these assets as well. So we're good. Nope. So first things first is we have to slap on the base basically. And the base is always going to be the arrow. Okay. We're going to take this now and we're going to do the match to media settings. Okay. And now this is the part. Okay. So this is where we hire someone to do this for us.
So you're editing it now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. So we have, so that's how that works. That's how the production process works. So we have to think playlist, right? We have to think first and foremost, objective, compass, where we're trying to go with this. Every single piece of content has to add up to that. And then we go into playlist, creating the long form with the script. That's what we just recorded. We did A-roll, we did B-roll. We just created a whole bunch of B-roll in minutes, which is fantastic. And now we have the music selection, and now the last piece is to edit, put it all together, and then put it out there to the world. All right. So this is how it goes. And you're going to watch the live stream because you're going to start learning how to do this yourself too. I think you really have to understand and really appreciate that there's a lot of work that goes into this. There is a ton of work that goes into this. And if you have never even gone through the process of building a channel from scratch on your own, you know what I'm saying? Like, you won't really appreciate all the work that really goes behind this. I think, my opinion, my belief. You know, so when you say put your heart and soul into it, like, be careful what that means. Okay. So here we go. So we have to now cut out all that dead space. So we're going to cut out a whole bunch of dead space, and then we're going to move to the next thing, and then we're going to do the next thing, and then we're going to do the next thing, okay? So that's why this is a process. When you do this, you know, it's work. That's why I told you, like, be very exact when you're doing this, because we don't want to be wasting time here, because it takes time to go through and cut all this stuff up. Now, there is a tool that I can use to be like, you know, auto cut or whatever, but it doesn't do the same thing.
Do you want me to stay?
Yes, you can see this process.
Okay.
Because again, next week, there is no recording for you right now unless we get that green screen. But you're still gonna have to create shorts. You're still gonna have to do all that stuff. And while I'm editing, you should be creating shorts. You know, so that's another layer right there, and that's something you gotta understand too. Right? It's not the same day where the same era we can just do long forms only and then that's it. We gotta do more. So you're gonna see how this goes. Now notice how what I'm doing is I stop every single time that there's like a significant pause, right? And then I crop it so that way you have this. Because if you did just the A roll on its own, it could have low retention.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right. So if we just recorded this and then uploaded that, I don't think that will work.
No.
So you gotta put some seasonings on the thing. give it the right packaging.
Disconnection from nature, disconnection from God, Goddess source, infinite divine intelligence, and from their own soul. And that is why the shamanic
Same thing here.
a shaman is often used as a general word, but different traditions have different names and meanings. So I'm not going to say that there is only one single definition.
Restart iPhone. Can you do me a favor? Can you could you please heat up the chicken for me? The box in the freezer. Could you put it in the oven?
A whole chicken or what kind of chicken?
The box. There's a box.
The nuggets,
Yeah, the strips, the chicken strips.
like you had yesterday.
Yep. Could you please put that in the oven for me, please?
Yeah.
And could you also feed Mama too? Just give her pot.
Yes.
hate that she has all these these pockets. Like, I get it, you speak slow, but come on. Please speed up your talking and make it more flowy. Makes it harder to edit. For a specific type of audience, yeah. Yeah, for a specific type of audience, this kind of editing is important. For another, like, they can just watch, but they probably wouldn't watch. Okay. So we're gonna wrap it up here because that's time for this day, for this work session. But the idea is take your A roll and you're gonna cut it. Okay, you're gonna take your A roll, you're gonna cut it, and then you have now this. That's good. All right, so we did all the A roll. Okay, so now we're gonna save this. The next step, you put in, what is it? You put in your B roll. Okay, cool. So now we got that. And now the last part here is just put in the background. Let's check out the audio here. Oh, volume. Minus. Oops. I'm gonna say like minus 25. Hey, okay. So here's where we are right now. So we cut up the A roll very fast.
Yeah, how long did it take you?
Uh,
An hour.
about however long it took. But now we have the B roll imported and overlaid, and now we have the music. Okay, so don't mind it like covering, because we're gonna spread it out. Okay, we're gonna spread out everything. But basically, this is the workflow. Okay, so I just need you to listen to a clip, and so you're gonna hear how it basically sounds. All right. Okay. Now just imagine we're gonna move some stuff around. For example, like we can move some of these parts around. Okay. And we're gonna like shift it over here, you know? Okay. And then like imagine for a second that we've got like over here like this. Okay. So just imagine it. Now remember, we're gonna also do like transition effects, right? So we're gonna let's do a effect right here. Okay, and we put something like this on it. Okay, so we can add little things. We can add little things like, for example, we can add a zoom effect. Or we do something like a zoom effect.
Oh,
Like you can do
that's
different.
cool.
We can do different effects, or we can do something like a filter. Right, so we can add little filters here. We could even do like a filter on you. Okay, so you see this like this. We can do a transition, probably would be probably better. Okay, so we do like a little. All right, so you got something like that, and then when you want to go back in, for example, you want to go back in again. Something like that, right? So we can add different transitions would probably be the better thing to do. And so with these transitions, basically we do like, for example, here. Okay. Right, you can do something like that. You can do this. Right. And we can, we can go in and out of the story basically. And also I can do something like this as well, where like, for example, I can zoom you out like this.
Yeah, I think that's better.
See, so we can do a whole bunch of different things. But just imagine, for example, okay, so don't pay too much attention to the B-roll and that it covers your face. Don't pay attention to like the transitions. Don't pay attention to all that stuff. Just focus on like how it would piece together, okay?
Well, that book doesn't really fit.
Now notice how with the volume as well, the volume is not overpowering you
Yeah, good.
because you have already a soft voice and we don't want to overpower we don't want the music to overpower your voice. Now you tell me though, is that too loud of the music if I put it like this, for example? Or do we keep it as we had it before at minus 25 dB?
Let me re-listen.
Because we could even do it even lower too. So it's like a minus 30.
Consciousness was lost, sick, grieving, traumatized, or afraid. There was a common person that those people went to, not for a quick
A little bit louder, the music.
for guidance, for healing, for direction.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, because if we have it like something like this,
No.
exactly, right? You don't want that, right? This is minus 20. This is minus 20 dB.
Those people went to, not for a quick fix, but for guidance, for healing.
Okay, that's minus 20. And this is minus 25.
Those people went to, not for a quick fix, but for guidance, for healing, for direction, for meaning.
The one before.
World, right? Now has, not for a quick fix, but for guidance, for healing, for direction, for meaning. Our modern world right now has.
Okay, so that's going to be the volume, right? So that's going to be the volume that's going to be locked in across the rest. So basically, we're just going to literally just copy and paste because it's going to loop. It's going to loop. It's going to loop. And that's exactly what I did with the last video. I just literally did the same thing over and over again. Okay? And then we just cut it down. And then you've got,
Soul, spirit. Who are they here to serve? Shamans, generally speaking, serve people who are in a transition phase in their lives. People who experience grief, people who are
now just imagine us matching the visuals
Yeah.
to the thing. Okay? So that's pretty much it. And that's going to be the next thing, right?
Okay.
So now remember, you editing. So that's the whole point of doing this. We're gonna wrap up here because that's pretty much it. I'm
Yeah.
also at my limit and my
Yeah.
neck is hurting me.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah. So that's the process of doing all this, right? So in order for us to even post a piece of content, again, I know I sound like a broken record, but this is again just to really drill this home is the content. There's a phase for just posting, right? That's the phase where you want to find your voice. You want to get comfortable in front of the camera. You want to figure out your equipment. That's the just posting phase, okay? That could take anywhere from 0 months to 6 months, depending on how comfortable you are, okay? Some people it takes longer. That's fine. But there's a timeline where you want to get out of that phase. And similar to like how we saw with the video, there's levels, right? There's every level of your life as a YouTuber, right? So level 1 could be the just posting level where You thought, okay, I want to do YouTube or whatever, but you don't know a lot that goes into it. And so you think it looks glamorous and you think it looks cool and you think people are making money and you think, oh, I can do that too. But then when you actually start doing it, you realize, oh shit, this is a lot of work. People are not just going to show up and watch my videos just because I put my heart and soul into a piece of content. You need to have something of value to give to them. It cannot be about just you and what you want to talk about. It has to be about them and what they want and why they are searching for your piece of content. So when you understand that, you start realizing, okay, I need to basically create a hybrid. Like, what is something that I like to talk about, but also what people want, and it meets down the middle. That's what we have the brand compass. That's where we did all that stuff. Okay. We went through all that process. And we created a playlist because obviously we know that we need to treat this like a business relationship between us and YouTube, where we want to keep people on the platform. We've already talked about this at length. And we've also talked about how when creating content, you want to have something of value that people want to watch. You want to keep people watching one video after the other. Those mechanics still have not changed. I think now at this stage, these are just like principles for creating good content, right? And that's subjective. Title, thumbnail, give people a reason to watch. YouTube is going to reward you with distribution, and you're going to use that as your leverage to build a business off of media. That's what we're doing, okay? And today's workflow, it was a series of it's basically just the downfall effect of all those stuff that we've been doing in the previous weeks. We already know our compass, we already know our direction, what our offer is. And now we're at that stage where we're what's the right word I'm looking for? We're already at that stage now where we've shown our workflow, we've shown our process, we've shown our method of thinking, and anyone can copy that, right? Then the last thing was putting it all together now, this piece of content. Now you see like how it does it come together in post-production. So you went from, I want to create YouTube videos, to building a company, to, okay, well, this is what it's going to take, and this is what we've already covered. We've already done the scripts. We've shown how we use AI to generate the scripts for us at scale. And again, for a version 1, it's only going to get better from here, right? We're only going to get better from here. So even if, let's say, you felt that the script was repetitive, it's only going to get better from here.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? So that's great. The next thing is, there's 3 essential pieces or 4 essential pieces to the content creation process. And that's why I call it content. Like, we have to create content because we're investing into each piece of content that leads people to our offer and to what we're trying to help them with, right? So we're not just having people watch. We want people to actually take action and fulfill their dharma, right? So we need compass to know our direction. What's the brand? Front-facing assets. We already did that. We know what our offer is. And so we're creating content based on that offer, based on helping people with their purpose. We already know that we have the scripts for every long form, title, thumbnail, script. So those are all the pieces. We recorded the A-roll. We now have generated the B-roll. And now the final part here was the
matching it.
Yes, exactly. Was matching it now in post. So usually there's 3 pieces of 3 pieces for every like video. It's going to be A-roll, which is your flat facing you talking to the camera. B-roll is the overlay stuff, whether it's video or static images. And then it's music, if you want supporting sound effects or whatever. So you can have like whoosh sounds, or you can have music going in the background. But for your vibe, for your personality, it's more like you're very slow paced in how you talk, which is fine. So you want to have content that matches that, because that's more congruent to who you are. And it would be a mismatch if, let's say, you're a real person that is quiet and you don't speak so much, and you try to create a high energy piece of content. Like, you're not Mr. Beast or you're not iShow Speed. So don't compete with them. You have to be your own person, right? And I think as well too, like I know I've been watching a lot of videos where people are talking about like competing. I do not agree with that at all. I think that is a very limited mindset, because when you're trying to compete, you're trying to compare yourself to someone else, and that doesn't work. So you're better off just really making your content just be who you are, and that's it. Like you go at your own pace, basically. Yeah. So we have the system. That's already a huge thing. We already have the content flow. We already have 10 pieces of content already recorded. Now it's just a matter of getting the supporting overlays, the B-roll, stitching it all together, and then uploading it. And we already have the description already generated. We already have the chapters, all that stuff is already generated. So when you see the final piece, it looks more like a very good, more cinematic piece of content. And these are really easily consumable pieces of content too. Like if you really think about it, when you think about the thumbnail that we have generated, when you think about the script, when you think about the pacing, when you think about all that stuff, the hooks and everything like this, and the amount of information that's in there, I think it's fairly good, And again, yes, someone could say, well, you generated a lot of that with AI. Yeah, sure. No shit. No fucking duh. Why would you not? That's like, again, someone saying, well, I'm not going to use social media. I'm going to use the yellow pages to promote my business. That's fucking crazy. That's ridiculous. So yeah, this is the process, and we're just going to now continue to do that. Next week, what we're going to do is we're going to record. We're going to finish editing. Now that we've done everything in bulk, the 3 videos in bulk, which is great. We now have all 10. We have all 10 though. That's the first season, basically, if you think about it like that. So we have the first season. We've done that. Now we have the B-roll overlay. Great. Now, next week, what we're going to be doing is I need to edit the first video and get the first video up, because what's going to happen from the future now is, instead of you just sitting here and watching me edit videos, that's a waste of time. You need to get to work. Okay. And so the way that you're going to get to work is we have the green screen coming in. I'm going to give you a workflow, a process of what you're going to do for creating and executing on shorts. So basically you need to do a lot of recording, and you're going to do a lot of recording, a lot of skits, a lot of like informational stuff or whatever. And we're going to edit that again in post, right? So now that this is another skill, right? So now you need to understand how to like act, basically, right? So with skits, we're going to be acting. Otherwise, you're going to create other content where you're going to basically be sharing what you know about shamans or whatever. And you're not going to just generate that on your own, right? Because that's going to take too long to think about. We need to think. Shorts have a very short shelf life. We need to just post in massive volume. Okay. So we're going to create a content format recycling system or something like this.
Yeah, I got some research done.
Okay, cool.
From last time.
Okay, great. So expect that moving forward, like next week, after I edit the first video, expect that we're going to start using the green screen. We're going to start doing all those things, because the thing about this is, in order for us to successfully generate content in volume without being spammy or mass produced, we have to make sure that we make the content as unique from the previous as possible. Okay. So that means like you're going to have to like change your clothes out every couple of, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
We're going to have to change our clothes out.
I was thinking about that.
And then the background, that's what the green screen is for, because the green screen creates a new background, and we have different topics. We have different things that we're talking about. We're still talking about the life purpose of a shaman, just in many different ways, in many, many different ways. And we're talking about life purpose in many different ways. So it's like you have pasta. Sure, you can cook the noodles, but there's many different ways that you can make pasta, right? You can make pasta bolognese. You can make pasta al dente, linguine. You can do, pasta alfredo, whatever, like, so that's what we have to think about. We got to think about it like that. We're going to ultimately be saying the same thing like a broken record, but that's what Gary Vaynerchuk has been doing for the last almost 20 fucking years. Think about that for a second. Since actually the last,
Yeah, it's not just him. It's pretty much everyone who has an established brand, whether it's a Tony Robbins or Lisa Nichols.
exactly. Tony Robbins has been saying the same shit for the last 30, 40 years. He's been saying the same fucking thing. Take care of your internal state. And it's the same thing with Sri Preetaji and Sri Krishnaji.
Yeah,
They're not saying anything new.
I know.
But now you know, whenever you think of them, you think good internal state. Whenever you think of Tony Robbins, you think of peak performance and jumping and all that stuff. Whenever you think of Lisa Nichols, you think of another thing, you know, and that's basically what that is that we're trying to really solidify here. Is whenever someone thinks of, oh shit, I don't know what my purpose is. I have a job that I hate. I don't want to work this job anymore, or I don't ever want to work a job anymore. How do I figure out my purpose in life? Oh, you got to go to lifepurpose.com. That's all we're doing
it's knowing
here.
who are the go-tos.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. And we're not trying to be the go-to for shamanism. We're not trying to be the go-to for how to build a 9-figure business. We're not in that lane, right? We're in the lane of helping people remember, awaken their purpose, and then taking action on their purpose. That's the specific subtopic of what we're trying to do here, basically.
Yeah.
We will get to the point where we can say, yeah, we can help you turn this into a 7-figure thing. Absolutely, 100%. But in order for you to actually successfully do that, you have to have the proof.
Yeah.
Right? How do you have the proof? You have the proof by also being your first case study for yourself, and then having another person be the case study, and then another, and then another, and so on and so forth. Any questions?
Any homework?
Homework is to
Only if it's really necessary.
homework is to just be right now, and that's it. Because next week we're gonna focus on that. Right? This week you're expecting Regis at any time, so you know. But yeah, after that, it's gonna be pretty much the same thing. After that, it's gonna be week in and week out. Just expect to just be recording a whole bunch of content, like for 2-3 hours. So, you know, getting in front of the green screen, talking, you know, and it's all gonna be. And then eventually at some point, if you want to now switch it up and be like outside and whatever with your camera, okay, go for it. But again, you want to really know what you're trying to say in every single short, because every single short, regardless of the length of the content, is a piece of content that has to compound to who you are and what you're doing and why you're doing it, right? Because ultimately, then you want to be able to have, when you have launch day, like the video showed earlier, when it's time for launching your product, your offer, your service, you want to make sure that you do not hear crickets. You want to make sure that all the work that you did was for people that like are really going to be sincere about doing the work. Okay?
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're done for today.